Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to my studio. Welcome to Bad Painting Friday. Today I'm going to be working digital. I'm sorry I had to set up a bunch of things because I'm not sure how how to approach this. I don't know, the promised digital painting. What I set up for myself as a challenge today with this Bad Painting Friday is that I want to limit myself just with maybe one brush. I would rather not to use Ctrl Z just to show you that that's just to replicate that kind of a feeling of working with the regular brush, because you don't have these Ctrl Zs. You're more than welcome to use them. I don't necessarily want to use any tools, you know, like rectangles, squares, ellipses, anything like that. I would like to really freehand this completely, fully. That means that time to time it might be a little bit more, how would I put this? A little more funky looking, but you know, I want to push through this. I want to see how far I can get in terms of using one brush, one layer, no layering, no adjustments layer. Maybe I will use some examples with adjusting curves and maybe black and white and darkness, only because I want to make sure that whatever I'm talking about, even during the regular stream with painting, I'm going to be repeating the same thing that I always do, except there is one advantage working digitally, that I can actually show you certain ideas directly on the paper, so, or actually on the canvas, or in this particular case on the screen. So how are we going to approach this? What am I actually going to do? Well, first of all, the most important thing, do not watch this video. That makes no sense. This video, it's not necessarily for, you know, you sit down, chill out and watch the video, and tomorrow morning you're gonna wake up smarter. No, you're gonna be really disappointed. Not even that, you're gonna be surprised how untrue that is. So what I want you to do is set up your own station, whether it's the similar setup that I have with the digital media, or you might be working on on tablet. Here's the thing: you can actually paint alongside with me with the oil paints, because what I'm thinking about is that today I'll do digital painting, and tomorrow I might be able to do a same painting, or the next time, because tomorrow is probably Saturday. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, but and next time maybe bed painting Friday on Sunday, which is pretty cool to do. So I might be able to do that with the actual oil paints, because I have the setup right there, and sometimes you might be able to see me cleanse there, because I'm going to work digitally the same way that I work with the brush or with the pencil. What I'm trying to show you here is that it makes no difference what kind of media, whether it's dry or wet medium, or clay when you're sculpting, or digital clay, or this kind of a digital canvas. The problem is not with the medium that you use, and that's just the technical skills. That's just a muscle memory, and you will see me being really bad with this digital painting, because I love that feel of a physical response from the canvas, from the paint. So this is kind of foreign to me in terms of not necessarily sketching and creating designs and adjusting and moving things around and helping my actual oil paint or oil paintings. I'm sorry. So I went on a tangent and I lost the track of what I'm trying to say. This is crazy. So basically, the idea here is to show you that most of what I do, it's about inventing and about understanding understanding how light works. That's probably the easiest way how to say it. And when I say understanding how light works, it's just I'm not physicist or mathematician or any one of those cool brainiacs out there and geniuses. This is more about just a general principle, like how light hits the object and then reflects towards my eyes, and how my eye process that information, and then how my brain interprets that, and then how I translate it to canvas. So it's just that, and then again, how you see it and how you perceive it. So it's that very basic of understanding what light is, and how we define and how we manipulate that light on the canvas, how we create that illusion of three-dimensional thing. So I hope that you guys are ready for this. This is going to be really, I think it's going to be fun. And let's see how far I can get. My challenge is not timed right now, because last time I wanted to finish everything within an hour, maybe 2 max. Right now I'm gonna probably go all the way till like full 4 hours, because I'm not familiar. Not that I'm not familiar. I'm going to try to use one brush, maybe 2, some smudge tool perhaps, because that's something that I don't know how else I could connect or create soft edge, maybe hatching, but for sake of that, keeping that kind of a traditional medium in my mind, I'm gonna try to use that smudge tool, because that's what I would do. I would either use my fingers and blend the two brush strokes next to each other, or I would take a clean brush and maybe soften it, and so on and so forth, right? Or paper towels. The possibilities are endless with softening edges. So I'll probably do that. I don't wanna do any layers. I will use one layer, and the only thing that I have, it's the I actually took a picture of, and that's what you see on the screen. I took a picture of that canvas that I was painting on last time, and I used that as a background, and that's about it. So that's the only thing that I'm going to use. So I hope that you guys are ready, because I certainly am ready to this challenge, and let's see how's that going to work. Okay, so as always, gloves on, even with the digital medium, and it's to just to move a little bit easier on the screen. So the first thing what I'm going to do, as always, I'm going to paint that grid, or I'm going to draw that grid. Oops. Okay. I hope that. And if you're going to see me glancing this direction, it's because I have my little setup right there in the corner of my studio. So I'll be looking back and forth there. First thing, like I said, I'm going to start with a grid. So I have just let me just see if this is okay. Well, this might work. Okay, just a couple adjustments. So I'm going to, and I'm not going to use rulers, nothing like that. I'm just going to hit that, try to find where the center point is, and I'm just going to measure it roughly, whether or not it's in the middle. I think it should go a little bit more this way. Let's start from the center. And the reason why I'm doing this is because even though I'm working digital, I want to practice the same things that I do in the real life, because most of my work is it's in the real life. So I'm doing similar measurements, and everything is going to be done freehand. Well, yeah, no Control Z, so a little lower right here. Okay. And you should probably, you know, everyone who's watching this be like, oh, why don't you use a straight line? Well, I'm practicing my muscle memory, because if you work with the sketchbook, you don't have this kind of a luxury to, okay, I have this and that. Let's just right now. And why am I doing this grid? I kind of feel that it's easier for me to see certain things. And by certain things, I mean it's like a helper for placing things into a okay, this, and you can see these lines are not straight, and they won't be straight, but you know, you can make them straight if you want to with the rulers. Okay. And I'm dividing this into thirds. I'm kind of a, I'm used to do this in thirds. You can do it in quarters if you want to. And the only reason is because you see this grid almost everywhere, especially on your cameras, for those of you who use these cameras. So this would be kind of a introduction to my thinking process with these bed paintings. And there are plenty of things to take into consideration. First, there will be definitely composition, but since I don't want to focus and dwell into composition that much, well, maybe I could. Well, why not? Maybe I could. Why not? Maybe I could talk about composition a little bit. So this would be the similar grid. It's a little bit more defined. It's a little bit more defined. And the reason why I'm showing you this is that I am fairly certain that most of you are familiar with this, but it's not only for helping me with composition, it's here also to help me place certain proportions. So you can see immediately from here that I have a this is my horizon. This is a bottom third, and that's roughly in the same area. It's roughly in the same area where the change of the planes for the table would be. It's not ideal, but you know, I would probably suggest and recommend you to work out something a little bit more like a diagonal, as you might know. And the reason is because I have that set up done that way for light source and for recording purposes, so you'll be able to see what I'm working on. So it's, you know, trying to paint and record at the same time, and make sure that you have a nice setup. It's not the easiest way, but this gives me a space to really invent the composition and move it freely as I want. So I would probably, and you see me do this, I would probably make a little diagonal here. What I really want to talk about is actually how I think about how previously I talked about squinting my eyes, and I think in Photoshop or in any digital media, depends on which one are you using. I like to use curves, and when I'm squinting my eyes, this is basically what is happening. I'm really trying to connect dark areas with light areas. So when I squint my eyes, this is what I see. And this is where I would start my composition. And I would definitely ask myself multiple question, and that is, what's the difference, or what's the percentage that is covered by light, and what is the percentage that is covered by dark on this picture right here. So that would be probably, right now it looks like it's a 60-40 perhaps, because I have, and what I'm talking about here is that I have this light, oops, let me just grab maybe, I have a light area, and maybe I'll just grab for this a different brush. So I have a light, see, it's just, so I have light, so I have light area right here, and I'm thinking about this as one flat shape, so it would be this, right? So it would be this, but that's not necessarily good for composition, because if you really think about it, I have this area here, but then, you know, this part right here, it's almost almost, I'm not saying that it's a half, but it's almost a half. So if you have that fight, you have that, you know, half and half of composition, when everything is kind of centralized and it's divided into equal amount of light and equal amount of dark. But that's not necessarily what I see. When I'm looking at the light pattern, I see this, right? So this would be my light shape right here. So it includes this as well. Not only that, I still think about this area right here as a light, and this area right here, you know, I'm just not, as a light, and maybe even this little sliver right here as a light. And then I'm going to exclude this part, because that's going to be dark. So let me just erase this, and this is going to be a dark area, and this is going to be a dark area. So my initial sketch would probably look something like this. I would grab my large brush, like really big brush. So okay, this is pretty decent. I would grab that large brush, and I would divide, maybe just a dark value, light value, and I would this is how would I, and I'm just quickly going to, let me see. Okay. So this is what I see. Maybe I would. So this is what I see as an abstract shape. That's the first step. And I would ask myself then, do I like it or I hate it or what's happening here? And that's probably one of the most important things when we talk about seeing. And what I'm looking at right now is just a really abstract shape. And perhaps I would then start thinking about, oh, this can also go into a dark group. Maybe I want to do this. Maybe I want it to be a little darker, right? Maybe I can push it all the way here. And I would start refining this and I would start asking myself that, okay, so I see this, then what else do I have there that interests me? What's the kind of a nice thing? And what's kind of a nice thing? What is the purpose of this abstract shape? So I would just go all the way here and I would look at it this way. And I know that on your when you're looking at that right now, maybe I should just window. When you're looking at that right now, it seems probably too far away. So let's just bring it a little bit more. So this is when I tell you that I need to go all the way to the other side of my studio. The reason is because I want to see this. And I'm asking myself, do I like to look at this or is this boring? And if this is boring, no matter what you're going to do next, it's really difficult to even, for me, to even think about what would change, what would make this look better. Probably saturation, probably a little bit more defined shapes, right? So I would then go closer to my painting, and then I would start that. Okay, so I see that I need to really add a little bit more here, and then I'm thinking that perhaps this dark area right here, what if I make it lighter? So I would ask myself, well, maybe this can be lighter. Maybe this area can be lighter. And this is not necessarily right now, I'm not playing with the and that might be confusing for some of you. I'm not working with light and shadow. I'm working with the white and black abstract shapes. I can decide right now that I want dark shape right here. It's not going to be shadow, it's not going to be light, it's simply a dark shape. And I would ask myself, is this dark shape in the center of my composition helping, improving, or destroying that composition? And I would again go all the way here and I would ask myself, oh, okay, perhaps this is not what I want. Or maybe this is what I want. Maybe this is something good to start from, or or something to bounce back to. So let me explore another possibilities, another things. When I'm looking at this and working with abstract shapes and applying creativity or applying imagination into what I do, this might be a storyboard scene when you think about it, right? So this might be a figure that it's entering. Let me just maybe change the brush again and use the red color, red paint rather. So this might be the person entering the scene. This might be the road right now, and this is something that he's going towards to. It's in the focus because it's not in the focus, it's in the center of our attention because it's almost in the middle. Not only that it's almost in the middle, more importantly, it's the dark shape surrounded in light shape, and then I have and it's surrounding to a dark shape again. So I'm creating that kind of a attention to going into this, right? So I have a dark, I have light, and I have dark again. So it's kind of giving me that framing, which if I want, I'm going to use. If I don't want or I disagree with, I'm not going to use it. I'm asking myself, is it beneficial? Is it helpful or not? Is it conveying that information that I want to communicate with the viewer, or is it not? It's simple as that. So that would be like a beginning stage of my composition. I don't want to go into more details into composition right now, so I don't waste time with explaining something that most of you might already know, most of you might already be thinking about. But that's just the first kind of initial setup, initial idea, and I'm suddenly, instead of talking about two simple objects, fruit, right? Fruits, vegetables. These are tomatoes from a small garden. I went to visit my friends, and I received these two, and I promised her to make a painting of them. So it was it was great that I didn't need to think about what to paint today. But what I'm trying to talk about, and what I'm trying to show you, is that these two mundane or regular objects that you see in your garden, with this setup, with moving a little bit of curves, or in my case, squinting your eyes really, really hard, I can change and move things around how I want to. I can maybe squint even more, and I can divide it to here, or I can go all the way here. So maybe this is where I want to be, and this is what's going to dictate how I'm going to paint this painting, right? Or I can just go photorealistic and keep it like this. Who cares? But this is boring. This is obviously incredibly boring. I can't even say how annoying this is. And the problem is, when we think about composition, we're trying to find something incredibly interesting to paint. Well, yes, that's great. It's definitely a good way to think about it. But look at Andrew Wyeth. I consider him he's master, definitely. But what I was trying to think that if Rembrandt is on all the way on the top, right? So Rembrandt is right here. Well, you can't see it. Rembrandt is right here. So where would be Andrew Wyeth? And I think that he would be right next to him. I think he would be right next to him. That's how high I value work of Andrew Wyeth. It's incredible. He made me feel emotional just looking at a field. I mean, that's just, I don't know if I don't know if I ever felt that connected with anything that I was looking at, than looking at his painting. Or these are paintings he uses, I believe, egg tempera or sometimes watercolor and tempera, mixed medium. But they are just amazing. They speak to me uh, uh, I, I feel like I'm part of that image. And he found incredible truth and value and power in the mundane objects. So the reason why I'm talking about this is that you don't need to necessarily go into crazy, surprising elements like harsh colors, or not harsh, really super saturated colors. You don't need to go into a I don't know, like these difficult foreshortening angles that they bring dynamic results. It's just it is not necessary, and I think that Andrew White is proof of the concept that it's not necessary. Um, Going into that connection with these two tomatoes, um, and I know that the one behind, the red one, doesn't look like a tomato, and that's the reason why I chose this one, because it's a little bit more interesting. It's just going to create something different. It's going to give us, well, I'm looking at that, and for those of you who actually creating work, or designing something, or creating out of your imagination, well, I see a spider right here coming out there. Well, you can frame it this way, and it might be a scene from I don't know, an opening scene from your uh, video game. I have no idea. Because immediately I can look at this part. Let me just do it a little better. I can look at this, right? Let me maybe. Right, and this is what I see. So I immediately, if I would, um, let's say that I'm thinking about sketching this, or thinking about the composition. So I have my boundaries, and I'm starting to look as like, okay, this is one hill, and there's another hill. I have a group of people right here, and then I have some menace right there. Well, that's immediately, and then I would go, okay, I need to switch to the mode of dividing this into shapes. And when I have it like a shape, just a shape, no specifics, nothing, then I'm going to ask myself if this shape work for me, like so. And suddenly there's no tomatoes. That might be hen that's popping out from somewhere. I don't know. There's so many advantages in working abstractly, with composition especially. And we are getting all these information from two tomatoes. I mean, if you are not using everything that is around you to help you to create different compositions, then you are, how would I put this? You're restricting yourself. You're putting boundaries on something that should never have even. You shouldn't even put it into categories with a category with boundaries. And then you can continue. You can refine it. You can be like, oh no, I want it to be like so here, and then it curves this way. This is how I want to have it. And then maybe this needs to be adjusted to be to better represent what I'm talking about, to sharpen, the image the way that you prefer to have it, right? This is a really crude way to draw right now, but I'm just trying to prove the point. And then this already looks like check this out. This already looks like a kind of a horse, or whatever. It doesn't need to be horse. It could be, I don't know, Loch Ness monster. I don't know. But the only thing that I care about is that when I zoom it out, uh, is it working or is it not working as an abstract shape? An abstract shape that is driven not by dark and light, but black and white. And by dark and light, I don't mean light and shadow, I mean black and white. A good example would be probably, for those of you who work digitally, I think Frank Miller is really, really good with this. Frank Miller is someone that used this to perfection when we talk about comic book art or graphic novels, right? He's really, really skillful with this. He can see these shapes, he can see these abstract shapes, and he can place them into pleasing, pleasing manner. So it's a mosaic that I'm trying to put together. It's a puzzle, and I have a bunch of puzzle pieces. And they are not, they're not creating actual image of tomatoes, but I'm trying to create this abstract part. All right. I think that's enough of me ranting about composition. Obviously, for those of you who watch my streams, you guys know that how important composition is for me. So, yeah. So, let's get to painting. It's gonna be fun. So I have that grid, and I have the same. So these are the tomatoes. Let me just turn on that grid. So this is the grid that I use. This is a little bit more complicated, and you can really start finding certain things here. That grid, it's not thing that is mandatory for you to use. I like to use it because I find it helpful to navigate, especially when you're trying to do some still lifes and things are not moving and you want to get as good with proportions as possible. But I'm looking at my tomatoes right there, so I can use them as a reference if I need to. So let's start with painting. So I'm gonna grab one of those brushes, right? So I know I promised you not to use Control Z, but I'm just for testing the brush and making sure that I have a right right color or right value there. I might do the Control Z. So, but with anything else, I'm just starting and I'm not going to do that. So this is probably where I'm looking at that. This is where it might be. So this might be the bottom of my tomato that I decided to place here. And this might be the top, somewhere right here. And then it's probably yay big. And then like so. Okay. So that will be my first object. And then second one, it's probably around here. So around here, and what's going to be the top? This is right here. And these are really just the crude representations because I don't need anything specific right now. All this is going to be covered. Remember, I'm working only on the one. I'm putting too much detail there already. Okay, and this is going to be the shadow right here. It's going away and then this way. So this is going to be a shadow. and then I might be able to see, maybe I'm not seeing it, but I want to include it, so I will include a shadow of that. Whoops. I'm sorry, because that was a lag, so I did Control Z. And then I see that I have a crease or dark value right here. And then there's the spider coming out from there with those legs. So I'm going to look at it as a spider. And then I might have a shadow coming down this way, the background shadow. And then it's going here, like so. And then a little bit of this shadow right here. And the reason why I'm adding this shadow, it's again composition. So I'm kind of pushing you this direction, right? So there is a darkness right here compositionally. Maybe I should do this on a different layer, and then I can just, so I'm pushing you this direction. I have a darkness right here that I'm going to work with, right? This is my dark shape, and this is my dark shape, right? So these are going to be my dark shapes, like the main dark shapes. And I kind of like these two dark shapes. And then I'm going to balance it with this dark shape, but probably these two are not going to be as dark. And everything else is going to be light. So if you think about it, this is my composition. This is my composition, and I'm going to erase this just to let you see it as a one whole, right? So this is what I see right now when I'm looking at my fruits. I'm sorry, fruits. I'm thinking about fruits, and those are vegetables. So this is it. This is what abstract shape look for me in my head, right? So if this is what I have, I can actually place it down, and this is when the idea of color comes in, or value, or tone for that matter. I work with color. I like to work with color because I think it's a powerful tool. But for a second, I'm gonna think about this as a value only, just to put myself into a kind of a mindset that I need to create illusion of form. And the easiest way how to create the illusion of form, it's with the value rather than just color. Because we have dark shadows and light. I can create a terminator edge, and I can then roll the form from the terminator edge. That's easy. Plus, you don't need to mix, and you don't need to be afraid and worried about other problems, which is saturation, which is opacity, or whether or not it's opaque or transparent. You're just really going to work opacally, and you're going to work directly with the paint. So you're gonna put the dark shadows there, and then you're gonna mix the pigment and you're gonna put shadows opacally. Whenever you work with, whenever you're trying to study, whenever you're trying to practice, whenever you work like I work right now, it's bad painting. Set yourself a goal, one thing. Don't try to make a bad painting for sake of bad painting. Divide and conquer, right? So there is the enemy in front of you is enormous amount of information, right? So it's value, it's hues or saturations and compositions and decisions and so on and so forth, so many things. So one session or one sitting, and maybe I should do that with these tomatoes. That would be cool. I would work only monochromatically, not with opacity, transparency, and dry brushes and scumbling and all these cool techniques. Just direct painting. I mix the color of the shadow or mix the tone for the shadow, and I place it there opaquely. And then I will mix light, and I will place it there opaquely as well. So maybe I might do one more video about that. So we have like a complete series. We're going to have a monochromatic, we're going to have a full color sketch, and we're going to have a digital painting. Maybe that's going to be fun. So I'm going to grab like a darker, warmer value. Warmer or cooler? Well, let's do cool. Since this is a matte painting, so let's do a cooler value. What about this? Let me just a small brush, and I'm testing the. So this is blue. So I'm going to make it little darker and a little less saturated. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And I'm just going to, I'm going to do the same thing that I would do with the brush. And maybe I can just, make it a little bigger. Maybe even a little more bigger. Yeah. Okay, then I would have something here. And this would be probably like value 10. I'm sorry, value 7, perhaps. And I'm going to do the same thing for the shadows right here. And the reason why I'm doing the same thing for the shadows here is that I want to maintain that color harmony. And then the color, why am I trying to keep the color harmony here? Well, because this part, all these parts right here that are in the dark value, they belong to the same fabric, which is blue hue. The difference is between value and saturation. And then also, of course, the tomato is reflecting into it. But as it is right now, I'm going to keep it as my shadow, and I'll make a little note of it right here. So that would be my shadow color of the fabric, right? Yeah, this is how I want to have. Yeah, that's cool. So these are my shadows, and I'm keeping them slightly transparent. Why not? It's cool. I like it that way. Right. So right now, what I would do, I would probably mix the color, which is so I have a darkest, and then I would probably mix the lighter version of that. So what would it be? Would it be this? Pretty close. It might be a little too saturated, so I will probably drop the saturation a little bit. Yeah. So this would be probably my light value, or mid-tone. So let me just put the mid-tone there. And I would just do this with the brush, like exactly how I'm doing it here, just setting up the color there. And I don't care that I'm going over the shadows. It doesn't really bother me. And I like that I'm leaving a little bit of that transparency. It immediately When you leave these transparencies and you don't paint opacally, even with the digital media, it immediately gives it a more natural painterly feel to it. That's just my observation, right? You don't need to do this. And then I want to do this area a little bit lighter, right? So I would probably, a little bit darker. So I would probably mix the darker value, and it would be somewhere here, right? So let me drop it there, or let me test it. Let me test if that's, yeah, yeah, pretty cool. And I might paint this a little bit more opaquely because I don't want that much of that. In areas, so I don't have. So and this is again, and right now I would probably stand up from the chair if I would painting on my own and just do this, and it would be like, do I like this or do I not? This is the question that I'm asking myself. Do I like this composition or I don't? And if I do not like what I'm gonna do at this stage, there is no reason for me to continue. And if you're not satisfied with this, please, I beg you, do not add more paint to this. Do not continue with this. Stay in this stage and start moving things around. Ask yourself, what can I do to improve this composition? But since this is not about composition at this point for me, I'm just going to move freely and I'm going to continue. But I would dwell here forever. Sometimes it's counterproductive, and I know sometimes it's really annoying, but I would probably stay here forever in this area. All right, let's right now apply the shadow for a tomato that is in the foreground. Well, that will be a little bit more challenging because, like I said, this is my composition, but maybe I could add a darker value, a little bit more chroma. I would add a little darker perhaps. So I'm going to work on that darker value and on the shadows. Maybe a little bit darker and a little bit more chromatic. Okay, I'm going to borrow a little bit of that background color because I want to get closer here. Yeah, cool. So I don't have. Okay. And then let me just do this is the shadow for the tomato. And you can see that they are fairly close in value, even though I didn't necessarily, where did I? Okay. All right. And right now you might be like, oh, well, these are not really harmonized. Yes, they aren't. They are not. And they are not because in digital painting, well, let me rephrase that. In actual painting, when I would paint with the oil paints, I would probably add a little bit of that blue into this. I can do it this way, perhaps, with the reflections, right? And you can see I'm starting to get a little bit more of that, what I'm trying to say. I'm harmonizing it a little bit more, right? But there is a time for it later. For now, I'm really looking for values. And what I mean by that, by values, well, if I drop a black and white there, so this is what I'm looking at. You can see that these are very close to each other. I mean um, this is what I'm talking about, right? These two are fairly close to each other when it comes to value or tone. So I'm keeping the shadows the same tone, so I'm kind of harmonizing them tonally, not through the color yet, but I will work on that as well, right? So where was I? This and this and this. Okay, so I have the shadow, and it's right now when I'm looking at this, this is quite quite quick way of painting because I'm just sliding on the sliders. So I chose the proper hue, and right now I'm asking myself, it's darker or is it lighter, that hue that I want to work with? And then that's one slider, and the second slider is it more chromatic or less chromatic? That's about it. That's just that's that's as simple as that, right? So so let me just grab that pigment again and work it in slightly with a brush. Let's get into a groove. Let's do kind of a nice. All right, maybe it could go even darker. Yeah, I think this is a little better. Yep. I'll just do a little transparency here. I'm gonna go over into shadow a little bit as well. Why? Because why not? Because I would do the same thing with the brush probably. Okay, so I have dark red, and right now I should do that dark or shadow for that. So let me just change this to this value right here. So I switched it to dark value. So what I need next, I need a shadow for the green tomato that it's right there. So I will just think of that as a local color. It's a green hue, right? So I'm going into green hue, and I'm asking myself, do I want to have a little bit more, a little more chromatic, a little less chromatic? Do I want it lighter or darker, right? So I'm looking at that that crease that was right here, and I see it there. Well, that's probably too chromatic to my taste. Oops, I'm not going to erase. I'm just going to make it less chromatic. Well, maybe a little less chromatic. Okay, that's not bad. That's maybe, I would like to have it a little warmer. So I'm moving towards a warmer green. A little warmer. A little darker. And this is the same thing that I would do. That's too chromatic, so less chroma. So this is probably how I would approach this. It's a little shadow right here, and I see little slivers right here. Those might be the half tones, but never mind, I'm just going to put them there. And then it has a similar green leaves in, you know, that spider that goes there. So let's just put them there. I think that this whole part might be in shadow as well. But yeah, this might be in shadow as well. So, but I see a lot of redness there. This is what I'm talking about, like this area right here. this area right here. That's what I'm talking about. You see, this is the red is reflecting into that. And this seems like it's a shadow. Not seems, it should be a shadow. This is a shadow right here. There is a shadow right here, this little crease, right? And it might be a little shadow right here. Maybe that's a half tone. And again, it's my choice. I can, I can either go hyper realistic and I can go up to my setup and I can check it whether or not it's a shadow by, you cannot cast shadow over existing shadow, so I would do that. But for now, I'm going to use it in terms of whether or not it's going to help my composition or it's going to destroy it. So if it's in the shadow family, I'll put it in the shadow family only if it helps composition. And if it doesn't help composition, then I'm not going to do that. Easy as that, right? So I'm here and I'm here. And yeah. So let me just maybe move this a little bit closer here. Okay, and then what? And this is going to be a shadow for that green tomato there, right? Okay. So that's that. Let's bring some mid-tone. So I'm going to make lighter and slightly cooler mid-tone. That might be too chromatic to start with. Oh yeah, I think it works. So I'm going to just put it there. And the reason why I'm putting this there or this paint, just like so, is that I don't really care right now for anything else. I just want to fill the page with the pigment, with the paint, and then I want to move. Around and have fun with it and start correcting it. So I'm going to do a similar thing for this, maybe a little less, maybe a little more chromatic. I feel like that tomato in front is a little bit more chromatic. So I'm just going to fill it in. Softening the edge a little bit. Right, so I have this and I have that, and again, I already moved away from the screen. I'm just so used to doing that, and I'm looking at it right now, and I'm asking myself, do I like this or do I not like it? And if I don't like it, there's again no reason for me to continue forward with this painting or little sketch, right? So, but since this is just a bad painting, I'm gonna push it and I'm gonna continue working on this so-called bad painting. Probably, for those of you who just work with the Photoshop, I know you would probably grab this and be like, oh, this is the color, right? And you'd be like, this is the saturation that you're supposed to have there. Well, you're absolutely right. But I'm trying to train my eye to work digitally, or to work with oil paint rather, and I don't have this option. I simply don't, right? So I'm training my eye, and then you remember I told you that I am keeping everything a little bit more subdued, because then I want to choose which parts are going to be and which parts are not going to be saturated, not based on what I see, but based on what I want you to move through the painting with your eyes. So that's a little bit more important for me than anything else, right? All right, so so that's that. But let's keep this in mind, right? You can definitely use this as a helper, and why not? This would be a saturation for that area of the tomato, and we can put, and we're going to push it. We can bump it up even more if we want to. It's up to us, and you can double check the same thing with the green paint. Yeah, I can tell immediately that my green is not as green and saturated and dark and then I don't know, let's say this area is, right? So this would be the actual proper saturation there for this area, right? So this is the value and this is the saturation. So you can bring this up this way. But, you know, again, this is not possible when you work with classical painting medium. So you have to be careful, because if you get used to this, you will have then immediately hard time to recognizing these color and saturations and tones, excuse me, and values in oil paint. So I would highly recommend you to try to get these without using a color picker. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's continue. Let's get a little bit more into this. What would be the next? So I have a shadow. I have a local colors. So right now I'm going to refine this painting. This is the stage where I'm already I'm kind of satisfied with what I see, and I'm going to work and define this a little bit more. I can add more detail. So I would probably grab right now. Let's do this right here, okay? And I would do that little, how do you call it? The stems, they're right here, right? And I'm thinking about them as a bundle first, right? So they are this way, and then again I can use the same value here, but maybe I'll change the saturation, the hue a little bit, so it's warmer. A little bit this. All right, so, and then I would hit it with a little lighter values here, because I see that this one it's going a little bit towards the light, so there's a little bit of interest there. This was okay, this right here. Okay, so I have, so I don't forget, this is my color for the stem, or hue rather, and value and tone, and this is for a tomato stem. They're a little different. Okay, so I have this, and let's just maybe push the light right now, so it would be somewhere around here, the light part. Yeah, it might be a little too saturated. It's slightly more towards the yellow, I think. Yeah. And I'm kind of grouping it together, and I see that one goes this way right here. Right, so again, this not necessarily might reflect exactly what I see, but you know, we're getting there slowly. Let me get at this red I didn't put right here. Okay. So I'm going to pick that red. I'm going to make it a little more saturated because I feel that it can get a little more saturated. Cool. And I'm going to refine this. Probably use a larger brush. Okay, I want to refine it a little bit. And I'm using really a light strokes there. And then I want you to understand that there is red reflection right here, and I see it there, and I see a red reflection here in that how do you call it, the shadow, just a little bit. And then I might see a little bit here, but what I see is that it's not necessarily red, it's more like it's desaturated red or neutral color, that it's leaning more towards that red hue. I might be wrong, but it doesn't matter because I can always repaint it. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just adding more pigment. I'm not using Control Z whatsoever. I'm just adding more and more paints to it. The same way that I would do with my regular all paints. Same thing I'm going to do here for that other tomato. Bump up the saturation a little bit because I want it to be a little bit more this way. And again, I moved my head, but you know, I'm forgetting that I can do this. Okay. Let me just grab a little bit more. Oops. Let me just grab this. Like so. Maybe a little bit more here. I see a little greenish part right there. Okay, so I have this. And then I feel that the shadow was a little bit more this way. Let me just make it a little more saturated. Okay. edges. I want to see what happens if I put the harder edges here, harder edge here. Oh, not bad. Okay. Let me make it a little darker, and I'm gonna work with that shadow a little bit. And I'm following the same principles that I would do uh, with with painting. Right, so I'm trying to keep it, you know, kind of nice and coherent, and oops, and again, I'm not erasing anything. I'm keeping everything that it's there. I'm going to correct the shape a little bit, so I would have it. And instead of erasing, I'm using my background color to shape it to way that I want to. A little bit of that reflected light. And then the only thing that I'm trying to do is to develop the form properly. And I think that this needs to be changed a little bit. Let's just hit this. A little bit more tomato shape. So that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe I should place the highlight there, and the highlight, it's kind of a tricky. It's a bigger brush. So before that, I'm just going to make the area a little lighter right here. And I'm going to drop the saturation there. And highlights are not random. Highlights are not even the... Highlight is actually a... Let me pump the saturation even more a little bit. In my observation, experience, the most saturation or the more saturated colors are right around the It's a half tone light right around that Terminator edge. And it's probably because I think of the Terminator edge not as a, if this is warm, the Terminator edge, it's cool. I think about Terminator edge in terms of neutrals rather than just okay. Let me just correct the shape of that because it, for some reason, it looks a little bit more like an apple than the tomato. They have a similar shapes, but you know there's certain differences there. So let's maybe try the okay. Um, just define this a little bit more accurate. Okay, so it's getting closer. It's getting closer. What I don't like is right now that there is a lot of attention right here because it's just it's a sharp edge. And I want it a little more soft. Okay, that's better. That's better. That is better. Just a little bit. I think I see, not I think, this is something that you can observe that there is a little, as the light, let me just, as the light, it's coming from this direction right here, right? So it's, you know, so it's going from window, it's hitting, and there's somewhere here would be the end of the shadow. But I, you know, I exaggerated that. So this is the direction of the light right here. Right? So this is the direction of the light. That means that there is a little sliver of the shadow underneath there, which gives it more three-dimensional look. You can choose if you want to or you don't want to include it there. I'm adding it a little bit, and then still on the same layer, and then I need to curve or shape this shadow a little bit, because what's happening here, and this is awesome that I can do this, is that, where is that layer? Here it is, that layer. What is happening here is that I have, and let me just jump into black. is it not? Strange. Okay. So this would be the place where the border where the tomato meets the ground, and this right here is the shadow that is being created, casted on the floor. And there is a really dark occlusion light right here where the light cannot bounce back into. And then it softens up as it goes away, right? So that's something that, you know, you can punch it if you want to. It will bring a little bit more attention there, but then you have to be careful because maybe this, you don't want this to be your focal point, right? So, you know, that's something to think about when you work on your own digital or actual paintings, right? So where we at? We're here, and this is how it's supposed to look. Where we're not even close to that. Look at that. The shape is wrong. So let's work on that a little bit, right? So it seems that it goes a little steeper here and here. All right, so let me just grab that nice okay, right? So this, and then I should probably move this a little bit more here as well to get that shape right. To get that shape right. But you know, that's not as important right now for me because I'm not really thinking about the perfect shapes. This is more of a training. So I need to a slightly darker value here because this is kind of the same principle that down here I have a kind of a dark, a little bit more saturation to there. Yep, that's the one. And then it kind of oozes out from here. Okay, and then maybe I could bring it to a larger brush and push that terminator edge a little bit more to give it a little bit more definition around here. Don't worry because I can always when I do this, when I work digitally, I almost feel like this is drawing with I don't know, pastels rather than just painting. Well, because I would never be able to, you know, and this was the problem. This is something that was really problematic for me to. How would I put this? It was problematic for me at the beginning of my journey in oil painting techniques. I could not simply comprehend. My brain somehow couldn't um, how would I put this? My brain couldn't accept the fact that if I press lighter with my brush, it's not going to make the lighter value. And what I feel right now, right here, is that I'm pressing a little lighter, so it's just giving me, it's kind of giving me a less, you know, like you have this, and this is really thick and opaque, and then I can do this, and it's just giving me like a, just kind of a veil of, or like a top layer. This is like a scambling, right? So it's kind of a, it's kind of a strange feeling for me to describing the, but this is because I want to get that the different kind of a brush strokes that I would get with actual regular. The regular brush. So I have this. Let me see. Okay. So it would be, it would go a little bit more this way because I can't really see that far. Maybe I should have. So it's going this way, the shadow. I'm thinking about the shadow right now, and then it's going up here. And it's darker here. As it gets closer to that occlusion area, and then it gets lighter here. So instead of making it lighter, let's put the light pigment there. And I felt like it was a little warmer because it was, because it's reflecting that tomato in there. So I'm going to try to add a little bit of that warmth there. Okay, and then I'm looking at that, it's going this direction. Let me just grab that pigment. It's more here, and then okay, a little better of a shape of that tomato. A little better. Right. And maybe I'm obsessing a little too much with that red tomato, but I'm kind of enjoying enjoying doing that. So it's my bad painting Friday. So I'm going to pick this pigment a little bit. I'm going to adjust this. Nice. I wanna show the difference between top plane and side plane, or top plane and front plane. So this is a top plane right here, this, and this is side plane. And I want to soften these edges. Okay, cool. And this needs to be softer as well, as it goes away from us. And also this background part. And the reason why I'm softening it is because I'm trying to work with that atmospheric perspective. That is kind of a, you know, kind of an important tool. In your toolbox. And I'm going to use a little warmer. Warmer tone there. Why? Because I want to have I want to get the value. Let me just I want to get, when I'm thinking about this background, about this part right here, I hope I'm in this part right here, like so, and then I have a, let's do a green one, and then I have this shadow right here, right? They're touching right here. This is the area when they're touching. And I'm thinking about this in terms of how am I going to show the difference between the shadow and the light plane that is in the background, but in the way that this area right here, it's not going to be a hard edge, so it doesn't take away from the focal point that I have here. So I have one patch of color and I have a next patch of color, and instead of making this blue and dark and this blue and light, I am going to create another brush stroke. Okay, maybe I can do this with a different color. I'm going to create another brush stroke in between these two, and this brush stroke, it's going to include a little bit of this, a little bit of this in it, and it mixed together, and it created neutral color, neutral pigment. And I would do, if this is value number, I don't know, 5, and this is number 3, this needs to be 4, right? So I would hit it with this 4 value, and the transition between 5 and 4 and 4 and 3, or actually, let me rephrase it. Let me take it back. The value difference between 5 and 4 is smaller than between 5 and 3. Therefore, the jump between these two brush strokes is not going to be so abrupt. And that's very important in creating a softer edges. Softer edge is not necessarily about you making, you taking smudge tool and smudging it. You can actually, you have a one brush stroke and you have another brush stroke right here next to it. You can simply mix the brush stroke that is in between these two, and you have a little bit more of a transition. And you can go in even further, and you can make the brush stroke that is between this and this, and then between this and this, right? And you can create and you can turn form. You know, you start with 2 brush strokes, and then you have 3, 4 brush strokes, and then you have 8 brush strokes, and you know, so on and so forth. It's exponentially, it's getting bigger and bigger. So instead of smudging it, you can create it with actually mixing values in between. I think Titian was very famous for this, for creating values. Oh, actually, I can just, this is a different layer. I think Titian was really, really great with this. His, how would I put this? I think his students were talking about this, or it was written somewhere about his ability of mixing not 10 value scale, but 60 value scale. His eye was so trained to see these differences. And not only his eye, also his mind, because if I have a batch of color, let's say black, dark black, if I take the smallest amount of a white that I have and mix it into the black, I know for certain that it is a lighter value, even though I cannot see it. I know that it's a lighter value. So, and that this is that this is that idea that I was talking about previously, that that, you know, catch-22, that enclosed circle, that you have to believe in order to see it, and you will see it when you believe it. So that's that kind of a difficult enclosed loop that you cannot get into, not away from it, or just, you know, that mindset. You have to really, really push yourself to believing it in order to see it. And trust me, you're not going to believe in it unless you see it. And this is why I really, really enjoy atelier and studio setup, because I cannot make it myself. But when master showed up in the classroom, or in the studio rather, he looked at my work and he was like, okay, let's just right now do this. I know by the fact that from left to right, from shadow towards the light, it needs to be lighter. It needs to be lighter. That's how we create the illusion of a form. And the only thing that he did, he's like, I'm not going to look at your work. I'm just going to grab the shadow, and I'm going to mix the transitions all the way to a light only on my palette. And then when they're finished on my palette, I will take, for each blob that I mixed, the different brush, clean brush, and I will take a little piece of that blob, I place it there, and that's it. And I take the next one and place it, the next one, place it, and place it, and place it there. And you will see that I will turn the form immediately. And I was not able to, I was not believing into it, because my eye could not perceive it, because I did not organize my palette in that, you know, not paint by number, in that order. And only when you mix these colors separately, that's why a lot of painters, professionals will tell you that most of the things are happening on the palette. I can tell you, and you know, any professional will tell you that I can enter the studio and I know immediately, based on how you move in the studio, how you hold the brushes, how good painter are you, or how many, not how good of a painter are you, how much hours did you spend. And that's for every that goes for every profession. You know, I'm pretty sure that people that see me cut onion, a professional chef, they're like, dude, you don't even know how to hold the knife in the proper way, not even how to hold the onion properly so you don't cut your fingers. And that's just, that will all become second nature to you after, I don't know, what did they say? What is the golden number? 10,000 hours, I believe. So, yeah. So let's see. Let's continue with this. I don't think it's going great, but it's not bad. So let's just go away from it. And it looks boring when it's this far. Don't you think that it doesn't look good? So we need to do something with it. We need to do something with it. What we can do is to start working on that green one a little bit. So let me grab some greens. Let me grab that. Wow, that's way too saturated, but never mind. Let's see. This is a bad painting Friday. Maybe a little darker, a little more saturated in this way. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Larger brush. And you can see I'm going over even existing one. Why? Because it's fun. No, because I'm trying to connect them together. And right now, if I go in the back, it's still boring. Well. I should probably push this a little bit more here. Okay, yeah, I see the problem right now. And again, you can see me being stuck on with my initial problem, and that is this way, and ooh, I'm sorry, I did a Control Z. My apologies. A little bit more this way. Let's see. I'm trying to make a better shape, because the shape was too generic. It was too generic, and I think it looks better right now. A little softer transition again. I don't want to have a harsh transitions here, because I don't want you to pay attention to this that much. And the reason is because it's receding into a background, right? So I don't feel the need of pushing your attention towards that direction. And then it's this way here, right? And then a little lighter here as a peak. No, it's going this direction. Okay. This is light, and this is shadow. So, okay, it's starting to look a little bit more like that tomato. Okay, this area right here needs to be darker. So I'm going to mix a darker color, and it's a little less saturated. Or rather than less saturated, I think it's a little more orangey. And larger brush. And the problem is that I'm trying to create something interesting here, but I see that I have the division half and half with my tomato, and I don't like it that much. So let me just, create a little bit more of that. Just, a little bit of that artistic, what's the artistic license? Artistic, yeah. So I'm going to shape it a little bit differently. So I have a little bit more interesting shape, because again, that's the most important part for me here. It's to make something a little bit more interesting. It would go this way, and then this would bump right here. Okay, so let me just grab this guy. Okay, and then I have that dark value right here. That's kind of showing that yes, but I see a little bit more of the kind of a neutral, darker value there. I'm trying to create a, that half tone idea. And then this should maybe go darker as well. It's a little too light. And then there's also in between that darkness, that shadow, that will help to define it a little better. And I wanted a little greenish here as well. A little darker. A little bit more dark. And the reason why I'm adding a little bit more green into it, because it's a complementary and it will kind of pop that color a little bit more. This is way too dark right now. So I need to bring that little lighter value here. Because this transition, this edge, was unnecessary harsh. It's still going to read like a shadow, but from distance, right? Oops. Okay, it looks a little bit more like a tomato. All right. Let's get into that the green one. But this is, this is still just an adjustment time for me. Nothing is concrete, nothing is 100%. I'm just having fun with this, and maybe I could see some here in that territory of adjusting this. I can add a little bit more of this here, the lighter. almost blend this one with the background. Why? Because I want it to be less dominant than this, the one for the, and maybe it's just too generic and there are like two shadows there. Maybe I don't even like that there. So I can make it a little smaller. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know yet. Not really that important at this point. Okay, let me just add a little bit of a light value where the highlight that everybody loves so much. Okay, and then I see a slightly yellowish, orangish area right here. It's almost leaning towards the green there. And then a little bit more of this right here. Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more like a tomato, right? Or is it just me? Seems like it's just me. And I should probably lighten this a little bit more. Just to show. And I'm not lightening it necessarily, I'm just making it same value, different hue. And if I'm using red as my primary, or actually my local color, I can use green, not green, I can use gray that it's leaning towards the greenish hue with the same value, and it's automatically going to show the difference. So your eye is going to be wondering, like, is this the shift in the plane? Is this the shift in the value temperature? Something is happening there, so I have to interpret it differently, right? So okay, and let me just grab a little bit of this color right here, slightly bigger brush. I want to break that. I just every brushstroke was in that direction, and I needed to change the direction a little bit, so to break that monotonous. Um, okay, all right. So we're somewhere, halfway through rendering one tomato. It doesn't look exactly as the one that I see, but I'm interpreting certain things because, again, this is a painting, bed painting Friday, so I can really push, or I should really push certain things if I want to get uh, um, if I want to get something interesting. And since I'm not working with my favorite medium, which is oil paint, I have to, it's taking me a little longer than um, I expected. Maybe I could drop that value here a little bit more, just a little bit. So it's this value, so let's make it a little darker and a little less saturated, just for fun, to see what's going to happen if I and what if I do a little more. Okay, I wanted to, because it was a one continuous pigment kind of a feel to it, and I wanted to make it a little bit more. Coherent. So I want to bring that a little bit more of attention towards that tomato. So instead of, because I can't use, okay, all right, let's do this. Okay, since I'm using only one brush, this is what I get. All right, let's do this. So this would be like a warmer green right here. I see warmer green, a little darker, warmer green. And the reason why I'm making this green warmer is because there is a lot of red that is reflected into it. And I want to harmonize it a little bit. Okay, there is a darker value right here, or darker part. Let's a little more this way, and then I have these. And let's shape it a little better. Almost goes into there. Maybe I should darken this a little bit more to make it a little more dramatic. What do we have? This, and maybe push it a little darker to make it, you know, drama, pump up the drama a little bit. What do you think? Let me right now bring a little bit of warmth into it. It's just really difficult to control this very well for me, especially. And this maybe is not the best brush for that, but I'm trying to create that that feeling of trying to create a feeling of the kind of a randomness of the brush. I don't know if it's working or helping a composition or destroying it. Because right now, again, well, I'm kind of dividing it into a into a half and then into a fourth. Okay, so you see, my brain is just. So I'm looking at it, and maybe I could bring the. So it's not divided into halves. Okay, that's better. Compositionally, this is better. Well, this is why I think it's very, very important to I know why is it. Okay, so I might need the smudge too. Let's see if it's gonna work. Yeah, cool, it's working. So I have to have a little bit less texture. Because the color is a little more solid. And these I want to create the difference between the area of a shadow and the area of light. So I can actually smudge this right here instead of trying to same I can do here just a little bit, and then go to a brush, smaller, pick up, oops, what have I done? Brush, size, oh, okay, I know, I understand, I see. So I'm connecting it and I'm disconnecting it and then connecting it again. Right, this is a little better. Let me work on this a little bit because I'm neglecting it and it really needs to be defined a little bit more. And right now I'm correcting the shape of that tomato, the green tomato. And it goes this way here. And then use this color, or value rather. See that redness right here. simply going to put it there. And it's going all the way here. And it's that, you know, it's that famous painter's descriptions. It is a red green. What is a red green? Well, it's a green that has a red hue in it. So I'm just going to fake it with just putting a red there, and then I'm just going to switch to a green. A little bit like a less saturated, a little darker, because it's a shadow, and I'm going to apply it there. A little bit less saturated. And I'm trying to let the redness, you know, show through a little bit. So instead of so it's here like so, and then here, and then all the way here actually. This is how big it is. Yep. Okay, let's grab that. What about that smudge tool? We can probably use it here a little bit. I want a soft transition there. Cool, but this is all in that red category. So let me, oops, brush. So I'm just developing the form right now. There is no necessarily anything okay, let me just grab a little bit of this to get that. I have to say that being able to turn the canvas upside down like this, it's actually a pretty cool feature to have. So it's going this way like so. And I'm exaggerating these things, you know, so. Bear with me. But we're getting there slowly but surely. Okay, I have this, and then it should maybe go even even closer right here. So I'm just going to, I don't know why I'm doing it with red, but it kind of works. So this is the outside border. And then I feel that maybe, I don't know how to do this with just one brush. I'm just trying to think of this as a, as a the background that I have here, right now what is happening when I'm looking at that, it's very busy, and that busyness of the background, it's taking away the attention from here, that should be busy. But since I don't have, I cannot use different brush, I don't know what to do. Well, I'll figure something out, don't worry. I'll figure something out. So again, I mean, this is where we want to be, and this is where we're at. So I think that I should add a little bit more of that darker values here. Maybe go a little darker, but less. Maybe a little bluer. I want to define this a little bit more. I want to make sure that I have a clear distinction between that occlusion that's happening there and then that and the shadow. A little bit of this to connect it with this shadow right here, or the darker areas right here. So I'm going to do it, I want to create a little bit of the lighter value right here, just a slight, so I can show that it's starting to look a little better from a distance, and that's what's important for me. Like this is the stage where you should be, and you should be thinking about. It's really plain. It seems kind of boring, yes, but this is a really good exercise for anyone who is trying to really zero down on fundamentals with, because you can really start working with all sorts of ideas, compositions, then light and dark, creating these textures, and like I said, this is a bad painting Friday, that means that there is no really reason for you to be worried about anything. About anything. And this is almost, this is like, maybe I push this a little darker. I feel like it could go darker. It's still working, but it's a little darker. So I can create that kind of a nice, I want to create, well, this is what I'm thinking about right now, is that I want to create a nice kind of a continuous transition, really soft one. And the reason is because I want it to be, I don't want you to, I don't want you to be bothered by that background. I want you to acknowledge that there is a background there, but it's not it is not a main focus. It's not the main hero of the story. It's just a supporting character. And as a supporting character, it shouldn't be, you know, in your face, but it still should be there, and not in your face. And then I'm thinking that this is a darker and kind of in the in that perspective, but there is that, you know, the horizon line that is right here. So how am I, maybe I could show it a little bit here. So I'll make this slightly warmer, leaning more. This blue should lean more towards that greenish orangish side, so I can connect it with this plane that it's right here, right? So this is my ground plane where the vegetables are being placed on. This is the front plane, and this is the background. So it's going like so. Does this make sense? I believe it does. So it's going this way. This is a front plane. This is let me do it again. So I have a background, then I have a ground plane, and then I have a front plane. So this is how it goes. If it's these are the steps, right? So background, ground plane, and front plane. So yeah. Right? And I'm thinking in terms of composition, I'm thinking that, you know, this ground plane should not be the same size as a background, right? And it should not be the same size as that front plane. Why? Well, to make it a little bit more interesting. So if you would think about just a simple panel, right? If you make just thirds and divide everything into thirds, it's going to be boring. You can divide it into 3 segments, but let's make it a little bit more interesting, and let's make it, I don't know, like a big segment, the thin segment, and another one. It's still divided into 3s, but a little bit more interestingly. And then interest comes from, you know, right now the background takes a lot of space. That means that it's kind of that importance in terms of size, so it's bigger. That's the reason why I'm trying to make it calmer a little bit, so it doesn't overpower all these other ones. I don't want it to be I want to harmonize it by the size. I want to unify it by the amount of information that I put there. Because you might think about ground plane being this rectangle that I draw. Yes, but we still have objects on that ground plane. So, well, actually, this would be the ground plane. This, well, it's maybe not the good one. Let me do green. So this is actually going to be a ground plane, right? So this is right now a ground plane. This is very important to understand in terms of just because when you think about percentages, this is going to be 33%, 33%, and 33% of the background, right? So this might be 60 here, I don't know, 10 here, and then 30 here. I hope that I have 100. But that's when you think only about the background. I have to subtract from the background because I have the objects in that ground plane. So they belong to a ground plane. They are on the same. They are as far away from what I'm looking at as the ground plane. Right. So if I would look into a distance, and this is a lot of again kind of weird composition ideas. So if I am looking into a distance on z-axis, this is me, check out me, being cool. So I have a planes that that are in my field of view. And let's maybe color code them better. So I would have a front plane, which is the red one right here. Then I would have, let's use blue. Then I would have a middle, and then I would have a background, which is the, which can actually stay the green one, that's cool. Right, so I am looking at these things and I'm thinking about, okay, is the front plane the most important? So am I going to put the most contrast here in the front plane? Not necessarily for me, because most of the action is happening actually on that middle plane or middle ground. Okay, maybe I should do this. It's happening right here. It's actually happening right here. So this is where it's happening. So that's where my interest is going to be, and that's probably where my focal points are going to be. But this is when you think about this three-dimensionally, right? So right here is this guy. We have it right here. Then I have a blue segment that is going this direction right here, and then I have the red one. Well, let me show it here. Let me show it rather here. So I have a background, then I have a ground, it's a blue. I have a background, I have a middle ground, and I have a foreground that it's right here. So these are not actually organized this way. It would look like I have a foreground. Oops. Then I have that middle ground that they're sharing the corner here. And then I have a background again. And they are sharing a border. And what I'm trying to do with atmospheric perspective is that if this is in the focus, right, this, it means that it's going to have the most detail. And by most detail means probably I'm going to put the full scale of values right there, and then probably edges are going to be a little sharper and a little bit more the value shift between them. It's going to be probably it's going to be more there's going to be more contrast there. I couldn't find the proper words, so it's going to be more contrast. If I want you to focus on here, I'm going to put I'm going to apply the same idea, but then this needs to be softer, right? So that's the reason why this area needs to be softer, but still visible if I want to, if I so choose, if I want to add details, but still visible enough for me to read that in the background that it's the change of the plane, but it cannot, this cannot overpower what's happening right here, because this is obviously a focal point. First of all, it's in the middle, and there is the most contrast between red and green there, right? Those are two colors that they are, two hues that they are opposite on the color wheel, right? So red and green. It's no matter what you're going to do, this is going to be the most attention right here. I mean, you can soften it. How much do you? I mean, it would has to be like enormous amount of softening there to not pop out towards us, right? So you have to be careful. And then I don't want this edge right here sticking out further than this. So I have to soften the edge right here. I have to make this and this a little bit less saturated, so I can bring the most saturation right here in this area, because this is the closest to me. This is where I want you to look. This is where I want you to pay attention the most. Yeah. So much information here, and I'm just looking at that I don't know it makes any sense whatsoever. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. All right, so let's get into that green green tomato, which I'm trying to paint for half an hour already, and I didn't move inch. Brush, layer, and I'm still on the same layer. No Control Z's. Oops. This was a Control Z. I have to do that because that's a mistake in terms of, well, I don't have an excuse. I did the Control Z, whatever. So let me shape this better. I'm gonna grab this. A little darker, I guess. I should probably go darker. And I Control Z this only because I don't have a proper brush, the one that I'm using throughout the whole painting. I'm going to make a better shape of that tomato. It deserves better shape. Okay, this is better. Let me just, there's going to be a highlight right here by the soft one. I just wanted to place it quickly there because I have a little small highlight right here as well. Just a really, really small one. And I have to grab this lighter color right here and what I'm doing right now, same thing that I did with the red tomato. I'm just polishing this a little bit more, making it little. I'm giving it to a proper painting treatment right now. Okay, it's going all the way here and then maybe even slightly higher up here. So I'm trying to get a little bit more of that feel of that. And I'm softening this edge a little bit more because, like I said, I don't want you to go into that edge between tomato, the red tomato and green tomato. I want you to go a little bit more into that highlight on the red tomato. That should be your focal point, or the one that I assigned. I might want to use this kind of pigment and go right in here because it's so close to the background that I almost can't really see where the background ends and where that tomato starts. So I'm going to introduce that background color or the background value and hue just to soften that edge so it kind of recedes into a background. So the exactly the same thing that I was talking about a couple of minutes ago about that atmospheric perspective. It almost feels like that background, it's slowly swallowing that tomato. And the reason is because I want that edge be lost. I see that there is a shadow there right here let me just turn on the another layer so you can see what I'm talking about. So, oops. What was I saying? can see. But I can't really make a difference between where the shadow here ends and where the background starts, right? So I don't really, it's maybe too thick. I know, when I look really closely and I really focus right here on this edge, I can see that there is a difference there, right? But when I'm judging this edge, I am looking here. This is where I'm looking. Oops. Let's make it really punch that. I'm looking here. I'm focusing here. My eyes are looking exactly into this spot of the tomatoes, and I'm asking myself, do I see a difference in this edge? Do I know, can I exactly pin? Still focused here. This is all in the out of my focus, the same that would you use with your camera. When you put your focus right here, this is going to be out of focus. It's the same for me, for my eyes, and in my brain I'm asking myself, how big is this, how sharp is this transition there? Is it sharper than here? Is it sharper than here? Is it sharper than here? Or softer, or sharper or softer than here? Sharper or softer than here, then here, then here, then here, and I'll go and I'll check everything. And I will create the hierarchy of these edges. Sharper edges are closer to us, always, and not closer to us. Sharper edge means that there is more focus. I can create sharp edge here, and I can create sharp edge here, but then you're going to fight for attention. These two edges are going to fight for attention. Not only that, they're going to break that atmospheric perspective, and this is going to protrude forwards towards us. Right? So again, if I have that ground plane, the stairs, and I have, let's put and I have an object, I'm going to put the grid there, and I have an object that is sitting right here, and then I have another object that, let me use a different colors then. I have one object that is sitting right here, and I have another object that is sitting right here, right? Obviously, this one is closer to us. This one is further away from us. If I put sharp edge right here, where the transition between this object and the background is, it's automatically going to catapult itself forward into my attention. I can do that, it's not a problem, if this is my focal point. If it isn't my focal point, I'm going to project and catapult this forward without any purpose, any meaning. It's going to break that atmospheric perspective, and the object that's supposed to be all the way back here, it's going to appear next to this object. That's that atmospheric perspective, not only linear, but also atmospheric. So you have to be careful about these things. Not careful, you have to be mindful. You don't need to be careful. This is Bad Painting Friday, you can do whatever you want. It's just, it's good to practice. Right now, I didn't cheat it, but I made something, I helped myself a little bit with this atmospheric perspective by overlaps. So since the red tomato overlapping a green tomato, it's obvious that one is in front of another. That's the oldest trick in the books, to do overlaps in terms of showing that something is in front of something else. But you might have, I don't know, you might do outside landscape painting, right? And you have one tower and another tower, let's call it tower 1 and tower 2, tower 2 is closer to you, right? So if we, again, if we have these steps, I have a tower that is right here, and then I have one that is right here. This is tower number 2, this is tower number 1. If I make and treat tower number 1 with the same details than the tower number 2, and they are not overlapping, they're going to appear that they are on the same plane, a front plane. I want to show this tower number 1 in the background plane. I need to connect it with the background a little bit more. That means that here in tower number 2, I'm going to use full value range. Full value range. I don't have space. Full value range. That means if you use a value range from 1, or actually, let me do from 0 to 10, 0 being dark as dark and 10 being light as light, right? That's for tower number 2. For tower number 1, I would use from, I don't know, depends on the background, if there's a lighter or darker, but I would use maybe from 4 to 7 values. And I would do everything that is in my power to make sure that I stay with the range 4 to 7, not 0 to 10. I reserve the values from 0 to 10 only for the focal point. Just, that's it. If you have a 3 focal points, then you would have 1 to 9, the second one, and I don't know, 2 to 8, and 3 to 7, and so on and so forth. Depends on how deep you go into a distance. That's when we talk about values. We can then also add edges, and then we also can add saturation and opacity and transparency. And suddenly the range and the possibilities that you have in creating a depth of field are endless. I can talk about this for hours. You can just try it in your own drawings and paintings right now that you do alongside with me. And if you are not doing them, then you're wasting your time watching this video. I'm sorry to say that, you know, that's what it is. I'm sorry to say that, but you're wasting your time watching this video if you're not actively trying to practice this. And if you're really, really that adamant about watching this video, then please open the book or open your references with old masters, and you will see and try to identify these things. Try to at least identify where they are. Try to find them first, and that will be the first step. I will you right now, you know that they exist. I'm talking about them. You try to find them in works of a great artist, and I guarantee you, if you whatever painting of Rembrandt you have or you like or you dislike, you will find it there. That's just 100%. 100%. He's incredible incredible in terms of showing these, like taking advantage of every little possible change, whether it's a saturation, opacity, value, temperature, edge, whatever. He's using it all the time, everywhere, throughout the whole painting. Okay, I'm talking too much again, as always. So I'm going to shut up and I'm going to paint a little bit. Shut up. Okay. Is this okay? This is the brush. So let's get into that tomato. And then maybe a little lighter value or darker value, a little less saturated, so I can just make a gradation, maybe a little more. little bit more chroma. And you can see how I'm thinking about these things. I went light, I need to go darker, then I placed the brush stroke, I realized that I need to go a little bit more chromatic. And I think this is a problem with Control Z, because you would play the brush stroke, you don't like it, Control Z, you will do another one, Control Z, and then you do the one that you want, and then you realize, oh, it's a wrong saturation, so you do Control Z, adjust the saturation, and then you are again 17 times trying to hit the same direction. You don't have this luxury in oil painting. So if I make a million mistakes in my painting, oh, I can make gazillion mistakes here. I don't know, that's probably not the best. Probably not a real number, gazillion, right? And I need a little blue there because it's reflecting from here. Bouncing into it. And it's not blue, it's more like a desaturated, cooler gray that merges to a warmer gray when the reflection from the apple is. So I'm going to make sure that I have that warmth there. See, desaturated, little desaturation, and it's because this area right here, is where that reflection from the background and the reflection into a from the red tomato meat. So there is a transition that goes like this from cool gray on one side to a warm gray on the other side. And since I have a reddish orangish here and bluish purplish here, orange and red, orange and blue, they are complementary colors. So when they mix together, they will create gray. And then I can vary that. I can add a little bit more orange into that gray mixture. It's going to lean more towards warm orange. Same value, but it's going to be warmer compared to that neutral one. If I add a little bit more blue into that mixture, it's going to appear cooler. Same value, still we're in the same value. It's going to appear a little bit more cooler compared to that neutral. And if I have these two separate mixtures bumped to placed next to each other, you're going to immediately say, oh, that's blue and that's orange. You're not going to even think about grays. You're going to say blue and orange. So if you want to make something, let's say that I'm looking right here, right? And the difference between this part and this part, it's not necessarily in value as much. Well, it is value as well. Well, I don't have a better example. Or maybe this little corner right here, right? Is the orange underpainting and the blue paint on top of it. They are the same value. They're completely different hues. Not only they are completely different hues, they are complementary hues. So placing them next to each other, it's going to create a lot of interest for my eye, or not even interest for my eye. It's going to create a interest. It's going to create interest, and I can create these little interest areas right here. They're not destructive because it's not shift in the value, and it's not shift in the saturation as much, and it's not hard edge. These are all soft. So you're going to create a small variation. That's what's happening here in the background. There is a small, I can just maybe zoom it in a little bit more. You can see that there are little patches of this, little this, and I see orange showing through. That's the same thing that I do with the brush. When I dab into a little bit of orange, a little bit of blue, a little bit of that, and then, you know, not necessarily mixing it on the palette, but mixing it on the canvas would create, they are not going to mix completely, and it's going to be that idea of pointillism that we have, that you know, Seurat was so good at. He just made these points next to each other, and you will mix it. Your eye will mix it for you. Actually, your brain would interpret in. Your eye would pick up these colors, and your brain would connect them together. And if it's a, let's say it's a yellow next to a blue, your brain would be, oh, that's green. It's not not the yellow and the blue, it's green. You would pick up it as a green. Your brain would interpret that as a green hue from a distance. The closer you go, the more the better your eye can focus on the specific one point, and then it would be, oh, okay, all right, so those are two different colors. But that's exactly what Rembrandt said. My paintings are not for smelling. You're not supposed to be here and looking at them like this. You're supposed to be all the way back and, you know, looking at the whole picture, because that's what he wants you to see. If you want to get closer and start exploring these small, you know, I don't want to call them imperfection, but these small shifts between values and hues and temperatures and opacities and saturations, well, you are more than welcome to do that, but you're going to lose that overall the integrity of the whole painting. And he didn't want you to do that. He wanted to keep his secrets, you know, the paint application, the fact that the paint is thicker, and these little ridges are creating small form shadow and cast shadows. That means that they immediately appear like they're sticking out, even more protruding towards the viewer. That's the three-dimensional feel that he was able to create it. And not only he, there was the other painters before him doing the same thing. Again, you guys should stop me talking, because I'm going to talk myself to sleep. All right, so let's get back to that green tomato. And again, I have a, look at this. This is softer. I have too much information here. Immediately, my eye wants to go here, because there is a lot of things happening. There is a lot of quote unquote details there. So I'm going to soften it again. Maybe I should use that smudge tool. I don't know if it's working, but I can smudge it all over the place. And then I can again come with a with that brush. And the reason why I'm smudging this right now this way, because I want to unify that. And right now it looks like it's out of the focus from where you see. It's funny. this area right here right now looks like out of focus, and this area here looks like it's in focus, because you can clearly see the details, and this is kind of a smudged away. But you know, that was the way how I unified it right now. So let's just bring it to a, let's just make it a little bit more interesting. And you know what? I don't know if this is the right way to do it. I'm pretty sure that those of you who work in, you know, with work digitally are like, oh my God, you can do this and this and that with this tool and that tool. Well, remember, this is one brush challenge. I see a little more orange, not orange, but it's kind of orange right here. But it's a little lighter. It's like a warm, yeah. It's like the warm gray that I was talking about. And I want to bring it a little bit more here, so it blends nicely with that. You see how here it's a little bit more. There's a little bit more contrast there, a little bit more interest, compared to this area right here, when the paint, and I don't know if you can see it, I'm going to zoom in, when the paint really almost connect to each other, because they are the same value. You still see them as they're different. You can still see them as a different, but the reason why you see it as a two different colors, it's not because of value. They're two different things. It's not because of value, but because of hue. No. The reason why you see the difference between them, it's not because of value, is because of saturation. One is the saturated green, and one is desaturated green next to each other. So it slowly transitioned from one color to another. Oops. So perhaps I can create the softer transitions this way as well, right here. And I want to do a little, I want to adjust this a little bit more. Again, I made it lighter and then I softened it. Okay, because I'm trying to create the softer edge right here. So I smudged it and then I painted again with the values closer to each other. Then I can make a little smaller brush. And let's see if I can, yeah. and you hardly be able to see this from a distance, but you know it's going to be there, and your eye it's going to notice that for sure. It's just going to be so buried into the background that you know when it's like here you can barely see it. It's still there, but it's very, very soft. And I'm going to do a little lighter pass there. That might be a little too light, so I'm going to go a little darker, and I'm going to be a little less saturated, because I think no, it's still too much. A little less saturation, still too much as a transition. Let me just grab this. Maybe, oops, I'm going to place it back, so I okay, a little too much interest there. This needs to be softer transition, so I was right starting to put there a little. And maybe it should be a bigger brush, so it's a little equally distributed. Okay, right now it's sticking out too much, and it doesn't seem that it's right, so I'm going to make a darker value. Even darker value. Right here, a little bit more saturated right here. I'm trying to connect it. So I disconnected it, I connected it, I disconnected it. It's going a little bit more this way, right? Like so. Yep. Let me get rid of, oops. Okay, that was here. Just get rid of that little bit of that red. It was too. I still want to keep it there on some places, but I don't want it to be so overpowering. You still can see it there. Softer transition into that. that much time to finish this. Hopefully. I want to, because I threw a lot of pigments around, so I want to right now unify it a little bit. I'm unifying it right now. I'm trying to unify that so it doesn't look that scratchy. Still have that, nice kind of a reddish, orangish hue here, but I'm keeping it fairly same value, or very close to the same value. So it would feel that here, right, it's that, the red reflection there. And let's just move it from a distance, yeah. More of a detail so it feels natural, and then it goes like these. Goes like here, this way. So I want to create a little bit more of that pattern there that is on the top. Which will give it a little bit more detail. And also it give it the direction, so it's kind of give it a little bit of a volume, because I'm kind of creating these, if you think about it, it's like a longitude and latitude on this, so it will go like so. So it's helping to you see, like I'm giving it a volume immediately, so I'm trying to replicate some of these. And then I And don't forget when you are working with a highlight, especially, um, there is a shape to highlight. It's not just a blob like this, right? I mean, you can do it, but it's still going to be. We're still going to read it as a highlight, but um, it has a certain shape, and the shape of the highlight will help you to, again, as another option for you to create that kind of a um, let me see. It's another tool for you to take into consideration in order to create the volume. And not only that, you can then, you know, differentiate that those I think this is too light here. Should probably darken it a little bit. Because there was a big transition there, and I don't want that transition. Because this is a foreground, this is a middle ground, this is a middle ground, right? So oops. I said I'm not going to erase anything, so let me put it back. I'm gonna go here and just yeah, okay. So we're slowly getting to that. Okay, but I need. I see what is the problem? I see the problem. I got the problem. The shape is the problem. Can you believe that? The shape is the problem. Let's see if yep. So let's grab this. And let's do the let's grab a little bit of this right here. Ooh, needs to go darker. I'm making it orange because from a distance, again, it's pretty much the same value. And I know that it's not exactly, I'm pretty sure that they are not orange there. That's spider legs. But against that blue background, they're going to have the same value and they're not going to stick out, but you can still be able to recognize them because eye is picking up that difference. And then if you really want, you can just push it, but I don't think that that's necessary, or maybe just a little bit, just to put a little interest there. I don't know, this might be a little too much. No, yes, no, I don't know. Let me just do this. That might be too much. But it's okay because I can paint over it, right? Can I? Yeah, of course I can. The reason why people tell you that if you do the background first, you're going to have an easier time working, because right now, create the idea that background is behind is a little more complicated. It's only because at the beginning, when you start applying pigment right here, then let's say that you were painting a background first, right? So you were moving with your brush this direction and that direction, and you will go like this, and you didn't do this and go back with the brush. You didn't paint it this way, the background. Therefore, you didn't create it. You didn't create this edge, the sharp edge, but rather you were painting like so with your brush, and therefore these are these implied lines that when you place the brush stroke, it went all the way here. So your eye goes do 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 do. Oh, there is something here. There is an object. But wait, do 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 do. It's going this direction. It's still continuing here and it's going out. So that's the flatness of a background. That's the connection from left to right, from top to bottom. I still feel that that there is a lot of work there, but I have a couple more minutes to work on this. But when I'm looking at that, really it's really in the distance. So let me right now work with the background a little bit and the shadows. So I'm gonna punch this shadow a little bit more, the one that is on the red, or play with it a little bit more, because it's gonna be darker red and really saturated warm red. I'm gonna make it like that because I decided so. Is that too much? Maybe, but I don't know yet, because right now I'm going to grab this color and push it a little darker and more saturated into it. A little bluer. And the reason why I'm doing this, it's again because of composition requires that. Why? Well, because I want your attention here the most. So I'm going to punch those darks darker and lights lighter. Like contrasts, I'm going to bring more contrast there. Do I have to do that? No, but I think it's going to improve. So since this is, again, Bad Painting Friday, it's a beautiful opportunity to try to do these things without, you know, ever have any, you see, starting to overpower these shadows here, but that's okay because I promise you to put here something, little something, and it's but no, it was this color right here, but let's push it more towards the brown orange. This transition a little softer. And then just again push it a little into a background, larger brush. You're still going to read the little transition there. Right, and then let's grab this. The kind of a cloth feel, a little of these, you know, like something a little, you know, to make it a little bit more interesting. Again, compositionally, not necessarily. And you can see how far I'm zooming it, because it just really required that much of a. And then I can grab a little bit of this and then connect these to make this way warmer. little bit of more of that warmth right here, so I can connect that feeling of fabric, that it's maybe I could punch this shadows as well on this side, just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Yeah, to give it like a little step. Step towards the right direction. Right, this, and then let's adjust these a little bit. Okay, to make it like so, and then maybe even a little bit here in the back, this. They're whatever. They're just a random. And let's add a little bit here, but make it a little warmer. There's one here. There's a little bit right here. Just catching light a little bit from here. And I don't want to overdo it because I don't want to be overpowering. So let me just throwing them, you know, random colors, not random, like they're a little warmer. It's a red value, and I'm really, again, working with that temperature. And I still feel that this should be a little redder. A little more onto a reddish side. A little more. So let me just grab this large brush and just hit it. This might be a little too much. Okay, let's grab this green right here. All right. Like so, and right now let's do this. I'm trying to knock down that saturation a little bit. because it felt that it's too much. Okay, and then what about, ooh, well, it's there, so I'm not going to Control Z that. Let's see, happy accident, well, maybe, or maybe. And what about that, the shadow? Should I put it there or should I? I don't know. I want to create that distance kind of a feel to it that I was talking about. So I have that, I'm creating diagonal with the light that's going this way. Mhm. And I'm playing with that shape. It's not necessarily what I see on my on my on my actual. It's not what I see. It's not the actual shape of the shadow, but right now I'm taking that artistic liberties because I want it to be nice composition, and that's way more important for me than anything else. What was the warm color? This was the warmer. Let me just move it to the orange a little bit more. It's kind of a lost edge, so it's going to show that. And maybe I see right now there is a little crease right here. So what if I just created a little crease? Wait a second. I need to Control Z this because I'm in the wrong. Okay, so let me just create this edge right here. Okay, so we have this. Let's move lighten this a little bit up. Again, I'm designing these shadow shape right now. and I'm asking myself what I like better. Do I like it this way or do I like that way? And you can really obsess with these things forever. I don't know if there's an end to this. Perhaps it isn't. This shadow might be a little too dark, but I don't care that much about that. And right now, let me just hit it with a larger brush. I want to create that edge a little bit more visible. And then what I was thinking is that I wanted to put like a little crease right here, but I don't know. That's so that might be the only Control Z's that I do. And I want to soften this area right here. So I'm going to grab this pigment right here and just because I want that to be a kind of a really soft transition, so it's not and you can see me painting like this is really small, far away, but I'm going to paint that way anyway. Maybe even larger brush. But right now I'm playing really only with design. Yeah. And maybe all this should go even darker, the value darker. I don't know. Because right now I still feel compositionally that they're fighting for attention. Maybe if I push this little lighter here, like let's try that. Well, I should probably end the stream, but you know, since this is that looks like someone's shining light there. All right, I'm going to leave it here. There is a little bit more work that I should probably do, but still, it was kind of a cool exercise. Truth to be told, we talked a lot about a composition, and actually, there is nothing new. I was talking about this for a while already. Previously, while I was painting with oil paint, what I really liked about this bed painting Fridays that I could actually show you what I mean with the directions and small little graphs and so on and so forth. So I hope that you I hope that you worked alongside with me, and that you really consciously, how would I put this? I hope that all the information that it's out there, not only what you hear, what you hearing here at this stream, at my stream. I hope that you are taking into consideration every information that is out there. That's what I'm trying to say. And then with these Bad Painting Fridays, uh, let's try to implement them. Let's try to have fun with it, and then we'll see how far we can push it. And maybe we'll find some limits, and maybe we won't find the limits. And I hope I will never find the limits. So um, experiment, as much as you can, because it's fun. If it's not going to work, don't think about it as a wasting your time. Think about it as an exploration to every direction. Okay. I hope that you enjoyed this little bad painting demonstration, because it's not really good. It's not really composed properly, but still, it's giving us a nice kind of a reference, a nice kind of a refreshing feel to explore not only different ideas, not only different, you know, well, it's probably, I was talking too much today. Um, it's not only about exploring different ideas, it's also exploring different medium. And I really enjoyed to paint this little sketch. It took, 2 hours too long, I think, but there was a lot of explanation alongside. Not explanation. I was showing you my thought process behind this. So, as always, this is a painting discourse. So, if you have any questions or concerns, or maybe you want to add something to this, feel free. That would be awesome. It would be greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. So, keep going. Keep painting. I'm gonna keep painting today as well, a little bit more, and I'll see you later. All right. Take care. Bye.